Okay, I would like to call to order the meeting of the Brookline Select Board for November 18th. The time is 6:30 p.m. First up is review changes to the agenda, if any. I don't think that I have any changes to the agenda. Gwen, did you have any changes to the agenda?
No.
Bruce, any changes to the agenda?
No.
Joseph, any changes to the agenda?
No.
Okay. Then moving on, scheduled members of the public, there are no scheduled members of the public. Unscheduled members of the public, there are no unscheduled members. To clarify, myself, Gwen Tanza, Bruce Mello, and Guy Tanza are here physically in the office. Online are Joseph Dutton, Peter Barris, and the folks from Fact TV. Mark Bills will not be joining us tonight. I know that. He called me and left me voicemail a little bit ago. That he's not going to be able to make it. Okay, moving on to approving the minutes from November 4th. The only change that I saw on the whole minutes, Peter, were that you have Joseph listed as having been there when he wasn't. Otherwise, I didn't really see anything else that needed to be changed.
Shouldn't August, September, and November on discuss waiving the capital limit?
We could do that. We could do that. Do you see that under, Peter, under discuss waiving FY21 Q1 interest penalty? In the first sentence, you reference a few months. If you can just capitalize those. You see
Okay.
it in the first sentence. Okay. Anything else, Bruce? Joseph, any other things that you noticed not having been there?
No.
Other than what we know. Okay. Then I'd like to make a motion to approve the minutes from November 4th as amended. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Seconded by Gwen. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor of approving the minutes from November 4th as amended signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions?
One.
So one abstention, and those are approved. All right, moving on to, I turned my agenda upside down so I can't see. Moving on to new business. First up, 6A was the situation with Mountain Road, the property dispute, I think it's fair to call it, that
I forwarded.
Gwen forwarded the email to all of us. I mean, I guess I'll initially say to echo Bruce's comments in the email that he sent back to the rest of us. I don't really know what it is we would do. We're not really in the position to be able to get into property disputes with someone, but I'll ask Mr. Tanza. I think that you had perhaps a follow-up conversation with someone about this.
Tuesday, she had called up and I mentioned the fact that the select board was not responsible for boundary disputes. And as far as the use of her elderly mother, if there was any issue, I steered her to the website, our website, which has Senior Solutions on it, which is the organization that she needs to report to. And if it was anything really dangerous, that she should call the police. The town is not liable for any of those factors, and I guess she was pleased with that, and thank you very much for pointing out to the.
Thank you for talking to her and giving her useful, hopefully helpful information like that, Guy. Thanks for that. I guess before we move on, any other comments about that or thoughts from anyone?
No.
Gwen, Joseph, any thoughts on that before we move on from it?
Well, on a slightly related note, this year, obviously there's, around town, there's been a lot of, maybe a minor new construction or people cutting back stuff here or working on excavation projects here or there. I've had several people just bring up the idea that Brookline maybe should have some sort of zoning laws, and that's not a topic that I believe I've ever discussed with any of you.
No. And I guess I'd say if that was something that, I mean, I'll personally say I've never had a townsperson approach me and suggest that, but
Quite the contrary.
yeah.
Yeah, it's quite contrary. Don't do it.
Yeah, I mean, it would obviously be a significant process and would involve the planning commission and many other,
Haven't they tried it in the
Aspects of
past and it
things,
didn't go anywhere at all?
Well, the town did have zoning back in the day.
No,
Yeah, it did have some zoning, and then that was disputed in the 70s or 80s, I believe. And that's.
I've been here
that's where-
since '79, I don't remember it.
Okay, but the bottom line is that most people that come in the office have no stomach for zoning.
But when I built in '87.
well, what I don't want to do is I don't want to get in, this isn't
Don't say.
no, okay, but I'm just
What's
saying,
going on?
we don't have this isn't on the
It's not on
agenda. It's not on the agenda to discuss, so we really shouldn't discuss it in a significant way.
87.
I just wanted to point out that that some of these problems that it seems as though this lady is dealing with would be addressed in zoning. And since it has been mentioned to me by several different people,
Can you, so do you have details of what people and what specific things they were addressing?
well, I think the
And again, although before I let you answer, I'm going to stop you, and really we're going to cut off discussion of this.
Yeah.
If people want to, we can put this on the agenda for the next meeting and we can flesh out more of a discussion. But I'm not comfortable having a significant discussion about something this major that was not on the agenda.
yeah. Well, I was, like I said, I was just bringing it up because when people mentioned it to me, it was about construction near or on the property line, and that's why I thought of it when I read this email, because it seems I don't know the situation, but as said in the email, this lady has someone that's excavating near, on, or even over the property line, and it just seems something that I should bring up. And I'm not saying I'm in favor of or not in favor of zoning. I'm just simply stating that.
Last point.
Last point, Bruce. Yeah.
The state has a bunch of rules with relationship to how close to the boundary line. And only zoning that we have in this town is state warranted, which is septic. If you go to build, that's the only thing you have to make sure that you're legal that way. But other than that, it's everything's state regulated, state laws. So that's that.
Okay. I guess before we finish this item, is there interest in putting this on the agenda and having a substantive discussion about it, or starting to have substantive discussion? Joseph, do you want to consider putting it on the agenda? I'll say I'm going to want to know much more. Again, I mean, I've been on the select board for 4 years. I've never had a single person, or quite frankly, until now, heard of a single person suggest that our town would benefit from having zoning. So I'd like to know more. I'm going to need to know much more details about what these people,
What the procedure is to get
who
it
the
done?
people are and what sorts of issues they were concerned about.
Yeah, well, I was going to say that I don't necessarily think that it warrants putting on the agenda and really getting into too deep right now. And really the only issues that were even thought of were very similar to this case here. And that's why I brought it up in this situation. But I personally, I don't think that it needs to be delved into too deeply right now.
Okay, all right. So we'll hold off for now, and that will assume pending further follow-up from the property owner on there that, Guy has hopefully pointed her in a direction of somebody who can help her deal with that situation. Okay.
Excuse me, I
Yeah.
was unable to hear the beginning of that. So all I have is that Gwen forwarded an email regarding a project near a road.
Yeah, no, well, relative of a resident sent an email requesting assistance, if we could offer any assistance with what probably boils down to essentially a property line dispute between two property owners.
Oh, good. Okay.
That was what
Property
started
issue.
it. That's
Okay,
what
thanks.
started it. Yeah. Okay, moving on to 6B, budget planning schedule. So I talked to Samara yesterday for a little while, and she is not yet totally tied up with the last fiscal year numbers, but she's pretty close. So fairly soon, I should be able to plug all of last year's numbers into the budget worksheet, and we should be in a position to be able to go through the budget. We had talked about not doing the budget work like we did last year over the course of several meetings, but instead warning a special meeting to specifically just go through the budget line by line, go through the appropriations, and hopefully, touch wood, knock out pretty much all of it in one meeting. My suggestion, given the schedule of various things, is really to consider doing it the week of December 7th, which is our week in between our two December meetings. Personally, Wednesday nights work well for me. Let's just have a quick informal discussion. What do people think about a special meeting Wednesday, December 9th, same usual time, 6:30, to try to work through as much of the budget as we can? Budget only, no other agenda items, but budget. Gwen, would that, sorry.
Could you do it during a regular schedule?
Well,
meeting, or is there too much on your?
Well, I think realistically, with the other things that we naturally have to have on the agenda for any meeting, and this is what we tried to do last year, I think we end up getting it started and then stopping, and the next meeting we end up spending 20 minutes recapping where we were before. I think it would be much more efficient if we do one dedicated meeting where we know we're not going to deal with pay orders, we're not going to deal with anything else but budget discussion. Hopefully that will make it go faster. I mean, fingers crossed. The jury's still out on whether that will necessarily be a good idea or a requirement. I mean, really, developing the budget numbers are down to us and Mark and Archie. I mean, of course, Mark and Archie will need to be part of that for when we go through the highway fund. But the most important thing is we all need to be on the same page and go through it. So Gwen, would December 9th, a special meeting December 9th work for you?
Yeah.
Bruce, does that seem okay? Joseph, how about you? Wednesday, December 9th?
Yeah, I can make that work.
Feasible, okay. And I'm going to assume for the moment that that's going to work for Shelby. So I'll send out, assuming that Shelby doesn't end up attending, I'll ping her afterwards and make sure there's no glaring reason that that won't work. And assuming that's the case, then I will, as we get closer, I'll warn a special meeting for that time. And our plan will be that's when we'll go through hopefully everything and finish almost everything. Any other questions about just the planning schedule part of it at the moment from anybody? Going once, twice, gone. Okay. Next up is town meeting. So it's a little premature for us to figure out exactly what we're going to do, but we do need to start to think about how we might handle this. So I exchanged a few emails with folks at VLCT and also several of our legislators, as well as the chairperson of one of the subcommittees that did not act on electronic town meetings. Currently, just so I was not aware of this, But so everybody is, in case I was the only one who missed it. Currently, we could not have a Zoom town meeting. It's not allowed.
Good.
Not only is it not allowed, but also a hybrid meeting, which quite frankly, I think ultimately is the only really feasible way that this is going to happen. That's not allowed either. The legislature decided not to do anything about it over the objections of VLCT and several other organizations, to just give towns the ability to do that, or some flexibility. Given the timing of the legislature in January, it seems very unlikely that the legislature will do anything about it. Whether or not the governor does anything remains to be seen. Some of our legislators think that it is something that should be at least an option for people. People probably saw that, and Guy forwarded this around, that the legislature did pass legislation that would allow us as a select board to decide to have an Australian ballot for town meeting. But I don't know if anybody else has thought through the specifics of how that might work, but I don't quite understand how we would realistically do our town meeting via Australian ballot, but that is an option.
Normally, an Australian ballot requires an informational meeting.
And this does as well.
So how do you have that?
Well, so here's the thing.
Isn't that
So,
about the checklist
so
type thing?
yeah, the slightly crazy part of this is we could do an Australian, the way things stand right now, as I understand it, and I think I understand it fairly well after all of these conversations, we could do our warning and vote to have our town meeting votes done by Australian ballot. We are obligated to have an informational meeting in advance of the town meeting where particulars of things could be discussed and clarified. However, given all of the other deadline requirements, we would have to have people who have nominated themselves for all of the various positions that we elect at town meeting, so that those could be part of the Australian ballot, because the informational meeting has to happen no more than 10 days before the vote. So that's too soon, too late for them to actually be able to be part of, for that to be part of the decision-making process. So we could discuss things at the informational meeting, but any nominations, and because we would be taking a town meeting structure out of it if we did it this way, people have to nominate themselves. There's no provision through an Australian ballot for somebody else to nominate someone, which, let's be realistic, that's how most of our positions end up getting filled.
Yes.
It's hard for me to see how that could work very effectively. So the next thing that it gets to, and then we'll go, sorry, I'm going to finish my thread of thoughts. The next thing it gets to is having a physical town meeting and adhering to state restrictions, depending on what those are at the time. I'll remind people that, you know, an outdoor meeting is essentially off the table. Well, I mean, honestly, if we hadn't, I'll be honest, if we hadn't voted to move our meeting to a night time, I think an outdoor meeting could possibly be feasible during the day, but we now have our meeting, we now have our town meeting Monday night. So I don't know, you know, that obviously wouldn't be an option. So, you know, we could have, depending on the square footage of the meeting room, we can have one person currently, we could have one person per 100 square feet attend that meeting.
What about,
Yep,
is it
that's what the state
possible-
requirements are.
1 per 100 square.
One per 100 by 10 by 10, yes, one person per 100 square feet.
Okay, so several things.
To a maximum of 75 people, but I don't think our space is big enough to even get there.
Dave, I think what's gonna happen here
It'd have to be standing, taped.
Okay, let's just
All right, so let's,
calm it
yeah,
down here.
go ahead, Bruce.
I've been watching these governor's news conferences, not super nuts, but I've been keeping a tab on them, especially in the last week with the increase. We've had the largest increases of cases per percentage in the country.
Yep.
187%, I think it was. Saying that, I think at this point in time, Governor Scott's pretty much flummoxed by what's going on. So he's dealing with that. I think we should just take a breath for 2 to 3 weeks and see how it pans out. Because I think what's going to happen, if my guess is correct, is at a certain point in time, he's going to be influxed with questions. What do we do about March? What do we do about March? At that point in time, he's going to start stating it on the news conferences. We're not going to have any choice. It's going to be this way, this way, and this way. And that's that. It's going to be that simple. Saying that, if there's any open room, you said one person for every 10 square feet. There's only 2 places that
100 square feet.
I mean,
Fire
every 10
department.
square feet. What?
But the
10 by
fire
10.
department, see if you
Pardon?
could use the New Brook Fire Department for that.
Either that way, and harder, the church, because you have to put heat in it. And the problem with the church is you don't have
The church isn't
you don't
much
have
bigger
ADA
than,
accessibility. So
I
New
don't think
Brook
it's any
would
bigger.
work.
no, it's not any bigger.
The church wouldn't work because it's
The-
legally not able to accommodate anybody.
ADA.
Well, for starters, at some point, it doesn't have to be right now. We need to know both the dimensions of that meeting room, and also has the fire marshal ever established an occupancy for that space?
They did, yes, at one point.
At
they did.
the
School.
school,
Yes.
I think at one time they did. But I think we should probably revisit that to make sure that we are all on the same page. There was a certain formula that they used, and I don't recall what it
Gary
was.
Levine.
Well, because
Gary
depending on
Levine
what that
told
is,
But the,
50% of that might end up being better than what we have basically 3 choices. Well, 2 choices for determining how many people under current guidelines. And I will stress,
No.
given the way the direction is going, to your point, I don't see the restrictions getting loosened
Not anytime soon.
anytime soon. So anyway, the capacity could be either 50% of the fire marshal's
right,
capacity or 1 person per 100 square foot, up to a maximum of 75
You mean
people
10
in either
square
event.
feet?
No,
There's another thought here. too.
100. A 10 by 10 space
Is
is 1
100,
person.
okay.
Again, we got to back up,
So,
and I think we're going to have some guidance within the next month from the governor. But we could
right,
also,
but
we could also.
I think we
make-
need to discuss this next time because
They-
right
they
now
don't
there's
school
too
on
many
town.
unanswered questions.
They don't have school on town.
no,
well, but I guess I want to. I know we want to wait and have it, but I just
Yeah, at least it's
you know,
something to think about.
as the person who has to do the town report
Hmm.
and make sure we've got a warning that's ready to go so that we can approve it at the beginning of January. We basically have 2 meetings between now and when we have to approve
Yeah.
whatever our warning is. So I guess I mostly want to, and we'll go around now and just give everybody an opportunity to talk about this, about let's zero in on the Australian ballot question. I don't personally see it being practical or a good idea for us to try to conduct our town meeting via Australian ballot. That's my personal opinion. Gwen, what's your feeling?
I don't see how it would work. Because like you said, to nominate yourself, I don't think I'd see many people doing that.
Bruce,
Well,
what's
A little
your
more
thinking?
complex than that, but
Yeah.
I don't see it being feasible at all.
Yeah.
I don't think it's realistic.
Joseph, what's your thinking about that?
Well, I think it would be relatively unpractical, but I think what the alternatives are is what's going to determine that, because I don't think we can, in my mind, I don't think we can plan for having the town meeting indoors, regardless of what the capacity is or the guidelines. I think that there's too many people who would not feel safe attending like if it was going to happen next week, and it could be worse, it could be better in March, but if we got to go on the information we have now, I think there's too many people in this town who regularly attend town meeting who would not feel comfortable going to a town meeting, whether it be in the fire department or the school. So I think that an Australian ballot would be really difficult to put together, but I think that potentially, depending on what the other options are, it could be a better choice.
Yeah, I mean, I'll agree with you, and I'll freely admit I'm not at all, and this is something that I expressed to the legislators that I was exchanging emails with. I'm not comfortable with the idea of us, the way things are now, and to Joseph's point, maybe things will be better, maybe things will be worse, maybe things will be the same, but based on what we know right now, I dread the idea of us having a physical town meeting. But I don't know.
And
I don't know how we have an alternative other than, like I say, and I really don't understand, not to be too much on my soapbox, I don't understand why our legislature is able to have remote meetings for their business, but they apparently didn't think towns could manage to do that for
Can
theirs.
can they literally postpone a town meeting till a later date?
Sure. But then you get into the
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know. I was just curious.
Yeah, I think it could be done. Bruce, you wanted to say.
So that's in the event if you postpone it till April or May, where the weather is nice and you could have it outside. Maybe, I don't know. But
Yeah.
Zoom meetings, they could have 200 or 300 people at a Zoom meeting.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
the legislature has 150 people
Yeah.
there. I mean, and
So who, like you're controlling the Zoom meeting here, how do you control a Zoom meeting with 100?
well,
people?
there are processes.
I didn't
There
know.
there are ways to do it. It would
I'm
not be
computer illiterate,
it would not be
so.
ideal, and there would be technical challenges for a lot of people that would struggle with it. So it's by no means an ideal
Wondering how-
alternative, but it
I get the
would be
quagmire.
a safer alternative
I get the
than what
quagmire
we
you're
might be
into.
forced into. Hang on one second, Bruce. Peter, you wanted to chime in with something?
Yeah, I've been on Zoom meetings with 1,000 or 1,500 people that work just fine.
Oh,
It's a good idea to have one person do the engineering while the other people are handling the
Can I
meeting.
ask Peter, do people use the Zoom polling for voting?
I haven't seen that.
How do people vote on a meeting?
What they would do is probably raise their electronic hands,
Yeah,
which can be seen and counted easily.
yeah.
And usually they would, of course, disable the chat.
Right,
Yeah.
yeah. Bruce, sorry, you were gonna say
Yeah,
something else.
I think what's gonna happen here is, like I said before, the governor is gonna give us some kind of guidance somewhere soon. I understand your quagmire, Dave, because you gotta make plans. But
Well, it isn't just me, because I'll say, if we get into a situation where we have to do this by Australian ballot, it's going to take all of us, unless we all want to be on the planning commission and 8 other things, and quite frankly, I'll say the people who are up for re-election, unless you want to have no choice but being elected again, it's going to be a lot of onus on all of us to get people to commit to put themselves forward for things 2 months in advance of the
Because
town
aren't
meeting.
there 3 select board now? Me, Joseph, and Shelby, all of
Yeah,
them?
that's yeah. But anyway, but there are lots of other things.
Yeah.
You know,
Another thing, as far as rooms go, again, this all has to do with the governor. The governor says, no way, Jose, or make it May, and everything changes. But Newbrook is probably the best situation to have a meeting. I've seen 300 people in there.
But that may be taken up already by somebody else.
You can social distance there without a doubt, because you have the high ceilings,
All right.
you have the breadth of the room. So that's just something. to
right.
put
So
into
that's
the
maybe.
Can I say a few things in a minute?
Yeah, please.
Sorry, it's hard to raise your hand or whatever it is.
I'm going to go around everybody one by one anyway, but yes, please go ahead, Joseph.
Well, I think to what Bruce was saying about Newbrook, regardless if you can all stay 6 feet apart from each other, I think that there's plenty of science out there that shows that that doesn't matter one single bit. Everyone could have their masks on and be 6 feet apart, but if we're, if we got 75 people in there for an hour, it's quite possible that there could be a problem.
Yep.
I was thinking that an outdoor meeting would be the best option. Everyone could attend with social distancing, being outdoors. I think the science shows that that's a pretty safe way to do things. And I know, like you said, that having the meeting scheduled now for Monday night, that's a big problem. I was curious if there's some way we could warn a vote to change the town meeting to the day at some point. I mean, the weather can.
So, sorry, just to interrupt you to clarify one thing, because the voters voted to change the day of town meeting to Monday, but the select board gets to decide what time that meeting is.
Okay.
So though it would not necessarily be in keeping with the original spirit of what people wanted, we could make the meeting noon or 1 o'clock on the Monday. We have the power to do that.
Okay, that's something yeah, that's good to know, because yeah, I mean, we've all lived in Vermont for long enough to know that the weather could be I just pulled up the historical averages, and the low temp on like March 3rd is 13 degrees and the high is 38 degrees. So it's all over the place, and we all know that. But I think that my personal opinion is that is a situation in which everyone could participate. Everyone could participate safely, and we could it could be something that could kind of help build the community, and we could all just kind of come together as Vermonters and stand outside in March, instead of trying to do an Australian ballot, instead of trying to do something online, instead of trying to do something indoors, which all would be really restrictive to people, I believe.
So Gwen has a question, which I think we
All
can
right,
both
you
speak
have it
to.
outside. How in the world are you going to hear anything that's being said?
That's not the habit.
I think you have to have a sound system, and you have a structure for it. I mean, people do outdoor events. It's not, it's not, we can get speakers, we can get mics that we put where people can get in proximity to speak when they're going to speak.
How do you tell the Omans, Linda Bow, the Wynotts, all these elderly people that are as old that are going to stand out in 100-degree weather? You ain't going to see that happening. Not in this town, not in any town. Then you got to freaking out.
Well, I think
10 people there.
Yeah, although I think, I mean, to Echo's point, the alternative is that we tell all of the elderly people in our town that they go to an indoor space and have a meeting. The health risks of having people be in an indoor space, even to Joseph's point, even if we're socially distanced. So, I mean, let's just take it to another event. So, people are going to have to wear masks.
Have to have porta potties. You'll have to have,
Right.
Yeah, right.
Right.
I mean, none of these are ideal situations, ideal scenarios, but the safety is the most important
I
thing.
think this needs to be discussed further when we get more information about what's going on.
Yep.
Huge.
I don't disagree. We'll put it back on the agenda for next time. I mean, just so we have it in our back pocket, though, and to Bruce's point and everybody's point, it's entirely possible we may get to the point where Australian ballot, and with an informational meeting 10 days before, is the only option we have, possibly. given whatever the restrictions might be at that time. So I think we all just need to start thinking about not, we don't need to do anything about it now, but let's just start thinking about literally looking through the warning that we normally have. Some of it would work fine, budget, appropriations, even the recycling, whatever we end up with that. I mean, a bunch of those things would probably work fine to vote up or down through Australian ballot. It's filling all of the positions and how much of that we can realistically do. Well, but so the discussion, so the concept of this, if we did Australian ballot, would be that's what the informational meeting 10 days before is. And of course, because none of this makes sense, the informational meeting can be done by Zoom.
But you can't, if a person wanted to change an article, it gets really complicated.
There'd be no option for that in an Australian ballot election,
That's
right? So either things would all be voted up or down. There'd be no facility for altering anything in that scenario.
I think a double back.
Just a quick question about that. Like, let's say that that the town voted down the budget. We would have to readjust the budget and put it up for another Australian ballot vote.
Yep, yeah.
That's what they do.
Or we'd have to vote it again via some town meeting. We'd have to warn another town meeting, either to do it in person or by Australian ballot. Yeah, right.
We need some guidance from DLCT, and we're gonna get something from the governor. I know.
Well, I have all the guidance. That's what kicked all this off. I'm happy to. The VLCT are the people who told me I should contact all the legislators and tell them this is a problem.
Yeah.
Because they don't necessarily seem to adequately understand the limitations that merely having an Australian ballot. I think that quite frankly, I think they thought by giving us the ability as a select board to decide that we could vote by Australian ballot rather than at town meeting, that somehow solved our whole town meeting problem.
Can I ask a question?
Yes.
If it were legal and made legal to have the town meeting done electronically, is that something that we would even want to do? I personally don't think that's something I'd be in favor for.
Why? Yeah, I'll be honest. Yeah, because it's to me, it's the safest way, and it allows for everybody to be able to participate. I understand people might have some technical challenges, but I think we could help people work through those. Why wouldn't you be in favor of that? I'm just curious.
Well, I suppose to say that I'm not in favor is not necessarily to say that.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, I'm not like gonna freak out if it did.
What would your concerns be about it?
Mostly, technical concerns. I know some people that maybe don't have internet. Some people don't have computers. Some people just don't have a affinity for those devices. So I think that it would be somewhat prohibitive.
Although I'd remind you that everybody can phone into a Zoom meeting, which we do often. So as long as people have a phone, we could get them connected to it. Would it be a great experience? Absolutely not.
Yeah.
And do I dread the idea of getting somebody to manage it because we would have to have multiple people administrate it? No, it would be, I would, my knee-jerk reaction is to say I'd much rather do it in a big field like you're suggesting.
Yeah, and that's what I meant by saying that I was not in favor of it, is I'd be more in favor of outdoors.
You think we could do it a more effective way or whatever? Yeah.
Yes.
No, I see your point.
This might be the last point.
Okay, last point on this, Bruce.
The idea I came up with, I don't know if it's feasible. We live in a great gym. This obviously has to do with the guidelines that the governor comes up with. But the Leland Great Gym is immense. And our 60 or 70 people, we could do social distancing very easily in that space. And you'd have the high ceilings. That's a little bit more usable than even Newbrook or something else because of the high ceilings and the breadth of the building. Whether we can or not, I don't know how that works, to talk to superintendent schools.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Well, and like you say, depending on where we get with what the recommendations are and stuff at that point, maybe, that might not even be something that would be allowable
Yeah.
by the time we get to that point.
Maybe not.
Because I'm not even sure it would be right
Monday's
now.
a school day too, probably.
Well, yeah, I mean, I think we could work, I'd like to believe that we could work around scheduling of things if there was a space that we both thought could satisfy requirements and people would be comfortable with, and that we actually think would be a safe way to do it. I think we could hopefully find something. But I mean, the other thing is, at a certain point, and this is another point, and this will be the last thing that I made to some of the legislators, is that it also just creates a scenario where, we may have to, worst case scenario, if we decide we couldn't do it outdoors or whatever, if we could only do it indoors in a space that we know we have access to, it may be that we have to say to people, there's a limit to how many people can come to town meeting. I mean, unfortunately, that's that's a potential,
Scenario.
that's a potential scenario. That's unfortunately that could be where we end up if the indoor thing is a absolute necessity for some reason.
A lot right now.
Would that be legal though?
What?
What's that?
Would that be legal?
Sure it is. Oh yeah, absolutely would be.
Hmm.
I mean, unfortunately, this is the
Is
the craziness of the combination of legislation
that the first come,
that
first serve?
that they've set up at this point. I mean, unfortunately, unfortunately, a meeting is no different, is no less bound by the COVID restrictions and fire restrictions as anything else. It's like any other time. I mean, if the fire marshal says we can only have 100 people in that room and 200 people show up, only 100 people are allowed in that room. Yeah. Anyway, I like to believe we will not get to that point or have those challenges, but it's not going to be an easy town meeting under probably any circumstances. So, okay, so we'll put that back on the agenda for next time, see if we've gotten any further clarity, and it'll basically continue to be on the agenda from now until town meeting probably. Okay, moving on to old business. Wow, look at that. I talked enough that we're almost exactly on time with my agenda.
We were ahead.
I know we were way ahead until I did that. That's why I slowed down. So first up, 7A, review traffic ordinance. So Joseph, to bring you up to speed a bit,
We kept it for you to be here.
we last time we talked a bit about, and unfortunately Mark's not here, though Mark was one of the ones who first suggested that we take a look at this. We refreshed our memories on the traffic ordinance that is currently in place in the town, and specifically focused in on the speed limits that are currently set on the various roads in town. And after some discussion, I think the consensus of pretty much everybody at that point who was here was that we wondered whether we might want to contemplate changing something about the speed limits that are currently exist on Hill Road. We didn't necessarily see a sense or need to change speed limits on any of the other roads. But since you're joining it now, I guess first I'll give you an opportunity. Have you had a chance to familiarize yourself with what the speed limits are on the various roads, or do you want a quick recap?
I've read the I've read the ordinance and I'm looking at it right now. So
And I guess before we focus in on the Hill Road discussion, are there other roads in town that you think we might want to consider changing the speed on, or investigating whether it makes sense to change the speed on?
Yeah, well, I mean, having lived here my whole life and then also looking at the ordinance right now, it seems as though it's, in my opinion, it seems relatively fitting. I don't think the posted speed limits are inappropriate really in any place.
So let's focus in on Hill Road, because I mean, I raised this question before. I've never, quite frankly, really understood, other than that it's a bit of a straightaway and it's an opportunity for people to go faster, why we have that section of Hill Road from the triangle up to the cemetery that's 40 miles an hour, and then the rest of Hill Road is 30 miles an hour. That's always been confusing to me. Though admittedly, I rarely drive that section of road. Maybe it would frustrate the heck out of me if that bottom part was 30 miles an hour. But there seemed to be some consensus among others that it might make life easier in some ways and perhaps be a little more straightforward if that entire road was, for instance, 30 miles an hour. Although Bruce is now cringing at the idea of that. Well, I guess because other people had a chance, what's your feeling about that? I mean, do you think there's any need to change that? Or...
I wouldn't say there's necessarily a need to change it. And the two things I would have to say to go along with that is you look at the actual road, you know, let's say that it's 40 miles an hour past, you know, on the straightaways on Grassy Brook Road. It's very similar to that piece that's 40 miles an hour on Hill Road. So I think that it is consistent with the speed limits in the rest of the town. And then the other point is, as we've discussed at length before, I don't think changing the speed limit is going to affect our traffic aggravations in the town in any way.
Yep. I don't necessarily disagree with that. I mean, I guess I'll say, having thought about it more and having refreshed my memory on what the actual process would be to go about, let's say, you know, whatever, if we wanted to change that one section of Hill Road from 40 to 30 or 40 to 35, or change where it began and ended. It's a fair process. We have actually, we're bound by state law to, ironically enough, or maybe not ironically enough, we have to do an actual engineering study, traffic engineering study, in order to change a posted limit that we have already had in an ordinance. If we're setting a new speed like we did on Ellen Ware and Putney Mountain, it's actually an easier process. Though I'll say we pretty much did the full process when we did those as well. But it was an involved process, and it involved getting Wyndham Regional Commission to help us. There was a process. The more I've thought about it, the more I kind of feel like it makes sense to leave well enough alone. And to Joseph's point, if we have energy, particularly maybe when we go through budget stuff, if we have energy to try to focus some attention, it should be on trying to do something about the speeding and reckless driving, not necessarily tweaking speed limits that aren't really the problem in the first place, probably. So that's my opinion. And I guess I'd say based, you know, we'll go around, but, you know, I'm now feeling like, let's leave the ordinance alone and focus on other things. Gwen, what's your feeling after having a chance to think about it a little bit more?
I think because of the involvement to get things changed, I think what we have now is good. What I think is we need to look a little bit further into getting police out here more often, or what Mark was suggesting, the flashing speed limit line that really does make people look how fast they're going. And
radar
continue
sign
looking in to
signs,
see
yeah.
how much that radar sign would be.
Okay. Bruce, what's your feeling?
That's not a number. Going to go for 40 damn years. It changes to 40 just as you come on the hill road. So you're going past Johnny Swings at 40.
Yes.
Yeah.
That
I think
shouldn't
so.
be. Okay, I'll state that right there. However that happens, that should not be. It's dangerous. I mean, it just gives a license to kill, but that's that. Now, as far as the other points, I'm not too excited about having a huge police presence in town. In as much as in the last 6 years being on this board and seeing it in two different situations, sheriff's department, and state, it just hasn't worked unless you want to fork over it. One, a huge amount of money. Two, get them here when you want them to be here. For what I remember from the last time is we had no control over when they got. So they can come whenever the hell they please. I don't think that's have too much appetite for that. I think the best consideration is the ideas of Mark, like you were saying about the ideas of Mark had. Try to encourage people to have good behavior. It's not going to be easy to have a 17-year-old have good behavior. Whether you have posted sign limits, speed, and if you have police in town, sooner or later, the people that screw around are going to figure out when they're here. So is that going to make a change? I think the best approach I like is the one with the changing of the miles per hour before Cynthia and Mark's. Everybody's got their own opinion. And I think it's a real bad problem. I don't know what we're going to do.
All right, let's, Joseph, I guess just to circle back to you again, as far as the ordinance concerned, I assume then your feeling is we leave the ordinance alone and focus on some other traffic control measures.
Yeah, I don't think that it's us being lazy, not changing the ordinance. For one, a speed limit is not a mandatory speed minimum. So you can go 40 after you pass Johnny Swings. You don't have to go 40 past his. But I do think that I think the speed limits are consistent throughout the town. I don't think that anyone would look at the roads around the town and think that was a horribly inconsistent section of speed limit.
Yeah. I mean, I think you're right. And I mean, the point I would make is that I know that you say, Bruce, that it seems, and I wouldn't necessarily disagree, that it seems a little crazy potentially that you're going 40 past Johnny Swing's shop, but by the same token, you're going 40 past Z-Pots and past all those houses, because the speed limit as soon as you get over the bridge is 40. I know we have a sign that tries to get people to believe that perhaps it's 35 unless otherwise posted, but it isn't. The speed limit on that entire Grassy Brook Road is 40 miles an hour. So there are a lot of homes, and driveways with people coming and going where the speed limit is 40 going past their place.
I guess I'd point out also that 40 is not the problem. I don't think almost anywhere in this town that people going 40 miles an hour is the problem. It's the people going over 60.
Yeah, I totally agree.
In front of our house, we have a hill. And when I come out of our driveway, they're going so fast, I don't even see them come up over the hill.
Okay, then I guess I'd suggest, unless people have feel differently, that we basically determine we're going to leave the traffic ordinance the way it is for now. And when we get into budget discussions, I think would be the appropriate time. And I'll say, though it's not on the agenda, just to circle back a little bit, I have found out from the state of Vermont that the grant that Wyndham Regional thought might potentially is not a grant that would work for us because it's for a minimum of $200,000. So unless we're going to get a lot of radar signs, I think it's probably not going to be feasible. But I have a feeler out to the sheriff's department about a governor's grant that may or may not still exist. It's unclear if it does. But regardless of any of that, even if we don't get grant money, I personally think, and we'll discuss it when we get into budgeting, I think we should budget to buy a portable radar sign that we can start to put in places and at least see if that can help us do a little control, in addition to other things. So, all right, so we'll call that closed for the moment. All right, moving on to 7C building update. Bruce, what's going on?
Last time, I told you about the source protection plan that was approved, and then I filled out and got going, that's gone. I basically have dealt with 4 people in the Department of Water. The last person was a lady by the name of Janelle Wilbur, and I got in them through via Guy, a monitoring waiver renewal application, which is a waiver renewal for the source protection plan was at the beginning of it, but then you had the volatile organic chemicals, they call VOCs, synthetic organic chemicals, and inorganic chemicals. And you're, by filling this out, you're given a waiver to one's for 3 years, one's for 9 years, and one's for 3 years. So I actually ended up having 2 discussions with Janelle Wilbur from the state about this. She was great, actually. And they notify us or Nancy Burke when this has to be performed in the future. So that's taken care of.
Cool.
What I'm doing is I'm putting all this paperwork, as you can see, I was making copies. Eventually, I'm going to have it in the 3-ring binder here in the office, not at the school. The school will be maintenance stuff hanging up there, but as far as
It's a good idea.
this kind of stuff,
Yeah, that should live here.
and that leads me to another thing that makes me very, very happy. I went to get my hearing test down in Brattleboro at Austin School, Old Austin School, Monday. And I had to go over to exit 1 to the industrial park to get some additive for my oil at FWN. And who did I bump into? Pete Noble. Pete Noble, for all you don't know, Gwen probably remembers, rebuilt the HVAC system in that school. And he quit to go back into the armed forces, and now he's just retired from it. And he's 3 weeks out from retirement. So we had quite the conversation. And it was a real nice back and forth. And the reason why I'm making such a big deal of that, because he was so good. It cost us like $4,200, $4,400 to have the place. He even said that, we talked about it again. The place was a mess, an absolute disaster. And he straightened the whole thing out. That all being said, not to get too long-winded on it, I asked him if we could call him in the future. He's basically more towards septic systems now. He's really streamlined his work. He doesn't have 300 customers anymore, so he streamlined his work towards other stuff. But we really had a really good back and forth after discussing the building and how it is now and so on and so forth. And I asked him if I could tap into him if we ever had a problem. So this is a great backup.
That's good.
Great backup. And this will also be with a book when I make it out this winter.
Okay.
Okay, that's that. Let me see what else we have here. I kind of Mark was supposed to call me last week to do the work that we talked about at last meeting. He didn't call, which is okay, because I was going to cancel it anyway, because I'm trying to stay in my building and I'm running out of weather. That being said, I'm postponing that probably until about the first part of December, because the only 2 things that we need to do inside is a septic check and the furnace chimney. Everything else is inside.
Okay.
Okay. Jeffers came, and we got to go for that. They came 3 times. We didn't really quite get it right the first time it appears because we had an issue that night, and they came back again and straightened it out. And then I got an email from Olivia yesterday, or late yesterday afternoon, that the water system was beeping again. And Harry Bovat last week did some work, did some servicing work, cleaning tubes and replacing its regular maintenance on it. And it should have been 5, but they had a beeping issue, and Olivia turned it off. And I put a call again into Bovat to come back and straighten it out. So we're gonna get some kind of adult in there. At this point in time, everything is under control with that. But you're gonna see, if you've already seen the pay order of $521.74 for Jeffers. I was expecting it to be worse because they were there 3 times, but the first time that I went there were 3 people there. I was like freaking out. But anyway, I've been watching it. I've been in constant I got a really good rapport with Tim Jeffers. He told me how to get it to him directly. If can't go on about this either. They make out straight look like nothing. I mean, they are buried. And he's citing me example after example. Stratton, go on. He's got 14 people that work for him, and they are out straight. So I needed to know how Olivia and/or me could contact him without having to wait for him to read his emails. And he explained the whole thing to me. And I got that straight now. I got the phone number. He gets on a cell phone. He knows it's us. He'll respond to it.
Cool. Good.
Lastly, and I guess, so I postpone the maintenance. So given that and another $95 from Nancy Burke, we're now at $14,600. Oh, one other thing, I submitted a check that just cleared my checking account for something around $175, which was a refund of the difference between the LED bulbs that I turned in and the regular bulbs that I rebought for the school. So I owed some money because I was given money back when I paid into the LED bulbs months ago. It was about $175. So I don't know if, why I'm saying that is because I don't know if that's a part of this balance. And the balance I have without that is $14,651.12. So by December 1, we should be at 16.4, a good couple $1,000 past the painting.
Cool.
That's that.
We'll keep our
Oh,
fingers
well,
crossed.
listen, I am
Yep.
going to make that maintenance book up this way for the office. That's
Nice. Awesome. Thank you for all that, Bruce. Okay, moving on to summary updates. Mr. Tanza, what's going on?
The office is reverted back to appointments only for researchers, and that's the only people that we're allowing in the office right now. You know, researchers, not deed researchers, not people who want to research about antiques or anything of that nature. So basically just lawyers and people who want to refi and so forth. So that's where we are. We're still busy though. Gwen has been doing the digitizing of the records in the record book. That's an ongoing thing. And the office is just coming off the election, which was a busy time. But we're still very busy. We have a lot of things going on. I just want to let the people know that it requires a little patience. We can accomplish a lot over the phone. We can accomplish a lot by scanning and emailing. So just bear with us, and hopefully this too shall pass.
Yeah.
That's it.
Cool. Thank you, Guy. Highways, so Mark couldn't make it tonight, but he did leave me voicemail a little bit ago. Said, you know, everything's generally okay. He's grading things, smoothing some of the roads when he has the opportunity and when things come up. One thing that he did bring up, and he wanted our opinion on this, whether this is okay. So I guess I did notice this. There's in the field between the ball field and the recycling, there's that branch of tree, which I think Mark thinks is a cherry tree, possibly. There's a branch that's down in that field. Zach Holmes who lives on Grassy Brook Road. I don't know if people know Zach. Zach mentioned to Mark that he would be happy to clean that up if he can take the wood of that branch.
I know you're looking at it. Ah,
I don't have a problem with that. Anybody else have a problem with that? Joseph, do you have a problem with that?
No.
Seems like a good deal to me. So, okay, so I'll let Zach and Mark know that that's cool. If he wants to do that, that would be great.
This is a neighbor that lives down there.
Yeah, he lives
Okay.
down towards me on the Grassy Brook, but he's just noticed it and figured he'd clean it up if he can have the wood. He didn't want to touch it because it's not his property, but he'd be happy to if we're okay with him taking the wood. All right, that's sort of it for Mark's part of things. Then communications, emails. I have a good number of emails. Some of them we should probably just talk through briefly. So one of them is and I meant to look today to see if there was more details about it. So there's an Act 250 application that's been filed for a unfortunately, the PDF that they sent doesn't really print out. It's a property that is both in Brookline and Dummerston that they want to subdivide.
Any subdivision has to meet Act 250.
Yeah, so unfortunately, I should have looked at this more closely. I can't read it's a person from Massachusetts who bought the property. I'll get with Guy afterwards. Tom Cavett got the email also and asked whether we wanted the Planning Commission to take a look into it as to whether there might be anything that as a town we should be concerned about or attentive to. I am going to say to him, yes, please do that.
Basically, if they want to subdivide it, they would have to have a deferral of permit from the Act 250 board, and that all goes through the Act 250 board. If they want to subdivide or carve out some different things, because we have no zoning, we have no say in that, but the state does have a say.
Right, and we still play a part in that process, and they'll look to, I mean, I think a big thing is they'll look to whether there's anything about what the person wants to do that's in conflict with our town plan that the Planning Commission put up and stuff like that. And the Planning Commission could be helpful in deciphering that part, like we did with Interfire. Yeah. Okay, so I'll let Tom know that yeah, we would appreciate it if they could take a look at this and just form an opinion on it. So that's one thing. We all saw Peter Meyer's email about the recycling bins and the cost related to the recycling bins, and everybody should have seen my response to it was just a factual response about how much money was voted and the fact that we have truly not had any discussion about if and when we got to the point of hitting that $22,000, what would we do about it?
Yeah, I responded to it as well.
So one thing that I'll jump ahead slightly because it kind of ties into this, that we got a letter from another piece of correspondence. We got a letter from Triple T saying, "Dear Select Board," this is from Peter Gaskill, who is our main contact at Triple T. "Dear Select Board, I want to take a moment and express concern over an ongoing issue with the town's recycling container. Starting this summer, vandals have started to open the back door of the roll-off container and make a mess of the recyclables all around the container. With the recyclables spilling out the back door, it becomes close to impossible to close the back door without creating more of a mess. Our crew has been taking the time and picking up the mess on the ground. We put a padlock on the container and it was cut off.
What?
We've reached the end of our rope with the status quo. We are open to solutions, but we cannot continue to be the solution to picking up the mess each time we service the container." We value the relationship we've developed with the town over the last 3.5 years and look forward to solving this ongoing issue. I'm happy to discuss with you in developing a plan going forward. I will say that I was not aware, other than when Guy has brought it to our attention, of at least the one time, and maybe there was more than one time, that Guy encountered this. And I know that Guy had talked to them about the idea of putting a padlock on. I was not aware until this letter that the Triple T guys have encountered this multiple times and that the padlock had been cut off.
I didn't.
I didn't know about the padlock, but
Um,
the door's been open. I called them, you know, to alert them to
Yeah,
pick it up.
right.
And I inspect it before they come so that the driver doesn't wind up dumping all that trash when he picks it up on his truck.
Okay. Have you had, well, I guess we'll give everybody a quick chance to weigh in. I guess I'd say I think the next thing is we should have a conversation with Peter about if they have any other ideas. I'm not sure that they do. I mean, practically speaking, I'm not sure, given the location of that site, what else any of us can necessarily do, but maybe something.
In my
Go
conversation
ahead,
with
Guy.
him this morning or yesterday morning, he thought possibly the use of some cameras, some surveillance there, or possibly moving the bin itself to another location. And I said, that's something I think, you know, that you might
We've all
want to discuss.
discussed
with
it. We already
the
have.
select board.
We already had discussed the cameras.
Well, we have. I mean, there's obviously there are challenges to the idea of putting cameras up there that would involve
It's a 24/7.
work
Has to be on a
and
telephone pole,
cost.
probably,
Yeah, we don't have a pole that,
Because
there's
if
no
somebody's
pole
gonna break
nearby,
open a
yeah.
lock, they're gonna have a field day with the
Yeah.
camera.
yeah. What we haven't, I mean, and we've never extensively discussed the idea of moving it to a different location.
It's been brought up, but it wasn't really
Right.
discussed.
I guess.
Thought of fences.
I guess what I'm not sure of, did you get the impression, Guy, from your discussion with Peter that is there concern at this point that they don't want to keep having to clean it up, or
Well,
if
that's one of
that
their
they're
concerns. Their
on the
concerns
verge of being worried about even putting a bin there?
No, I think they're more interested in solving the problem. And the problem is that there's only a couple of people that are creating this problem. And somehow, some way, we have to eliminate that problem. I don't know, as far as moving the bins, I don't think that's an answer. I really think that maybe some surveillance cameras can be placed there. It may cost a few bucks, but we have some money in the budget that we're not using. And if we install them and people see a sign there, it may slow down that. And we'd have to have an ordinance saying that, if we catch you, there's a $500 fine.
Well, I think we may already, I think there may be the language. Well, first off, I think actions like this are already illegal by state law.
Yes, there is.
We also do have a recycling ordinance that we passed a couple of years ago, which I think might have some language that would, I guess my bigger, not concern, I don't mind the idea of us buying a game camera. I guess just logistically, the only thing that is at that site is that one pole, which is not very tall. We would have to physically install another pole there, because the nearest telephone pole is on the other side of the road and is halfway up to Peter Meyer's
And
house.
I don't
So-
think the telephone company will let you put anything on it anyway.
Yeah, that's true.
Right, exactly. But so, I mean, we'd have to
Install our own.
install our own pole, which, we have talked about before. I guess we could consider doing that. And, put a camera on there
It'd
that,
be kind of nice to see who's open.
like I say, I think that, again, the thing, I know I've brought this up before when we've talked about it, keep in mind, there is no internet access there. So, depending on how we position that camera, if that camera is motion activated and it captures everyone who goes to the recycling bin,
Oh, right.
somebody is going to have to go physically download what's on that camera pretty frequently,
Right.
review that footage in some manner. How exactly it would logistically work becomes a bit of a
Okay.
major job for someone,
Wonderful.
but that might be the only option we have.
We're 3 months and 3 weeks roughly to town meeting. This is gonna come up again for approval. We're now up to $22,000. It's cranking up. It barely passed by what, one vote?
One vote, yeah.
One vote. There's a very good chance it could get turned down next time. I know how I feel on one person. Saying that, doing something now between now and then doesn't seem, other than, I think the letter that Triple T sent was really nice. I mean, it
It
could have
is.
been any
And I
nicer.
mean, we greatly appreciate all the efforts they go through, seriously.
For sure.
Yeah.
And how do we stop that between now and then? For us to do something between now and then doesn't seem to be reasonable because it could end in March. That's the first thing. And the second thing, is it feasible to put a pole in there and feasible to do all the things that David was just saying? Personally, yank the dumpster, put up a 10-foot picket fence and forget it. I'm sick of it. And I use that thing every week. And I think Peter hit the nail right on the head when he sent that letter last week saying he's sick of it. And I haven't mentioned anything to Olivia yet, but he saw people coming out of Olivia's dumping stuff in there, not town residents. I'm sick of the abuse. I think it's a good deal for the town if the town was using it only, but we're paying for somebody to use that.
Yeah, and I guess I'll say we've I don't want to go back over that too much because that's stuff we've discussed before.
Right.
We discussed it at town meeting.
Right.
To the best of my knowledge, most of us voted against keeping it, but it did pass. So, Guy, one question I have before I would suggest that we should put on the agenda for next time to just have another little discussion about this and just we all give it some thought to think whether there are some practical things we might be able to do, and maybe there aren't any, but maybe there are. Do you have a sense of how frequently this, so I guess we had a quick conversation before the meeting, but just for Joseph's benefit, Guy, is it safe to say that your impression from what you've seen is that the people who are going into it, quite frankly, are most likely kids being mischievous? It doesn't appear that it's someone going in there to steal recyclables or to take anything. It's somebody just screwing around, for lack of a better term.
And I think that's more of the case. It's just 1 or 2 or 3 individuals, like the person whoever decides to burn out their tires on the road. It's just 1 or 2 people that are making it difficult. And I'm not sure. I think the conversation with Peter would be, does he have any ideas? What does he see that happens around? I'm sure we're not the only people that this happens to. Maybe he's got some valid points that he would like to share with us.
And basically just tell him it's not your responsibility to pick it
Yeah.
up. We'll have somebody,
Right.
If we have to hire.
If we have to hire
somebody,
someone, exactly.
Well,
Right,
to
and
be
we
honest-
appreciate all of the efforts that they go to, but we don't want it to get to the point where
That
their
they-
guys
Right.
are so frustrated by it that
The
it's
bottom
screwing
line is
stuff
that
up.
I
for them.
don't,
I mean,
with
I
all
don't
due respect to
understand
Peter, he's
now.
done a great job and his guys have done, but the vast majority of the picking up is done by local people.
Yeah.
And
Mhm.
myself and Gwen included. And, there is pride in that area. And once in a while, it does get away, holidays, but there has been an uptick in the use of it. And I think it's because a lot of people are
We're
home,
home.
and we have a lot of traffic coming through Grassy Brook Road from Athens, from other places. So there is some abuse. And I'm not sure how to eliminate it.
Yeah.
The bottom line is we have to watch it a little more carefully.
And sorry, I started to ask you, but then I think I shifted direction. Do you have any sense of how often or how frequently the opening of the back has happened?
It
or
doesn't
is
happen every week. And like I say, I go there, I go past it almost twice a day.
Right.
And I look at it, and I've seen it, and it's not there. It's just some pranksters. That's basically it. It's not anybody salvaging it. It's not anybody trying to put anything in there. What happens is that they open the door, and then when they try to close it, it doesn't.
Yeah,
it doesn't
right,
close,
right.
You know.
So,
Okay.
do you have any idea for anywhere close to $22,000
No, we haven't reached that threshold, but I don't think that's the issue right now. I think it's to minimize this, or we, as Shelby had said in other meetings, that we hire someone to pick up the residue that's around there. I mean, I've been doing it for a couple of years now. It gets old. Peter does it. Peter Mayer does it. There are people who will see it and pick it up, but it is a little bit, So what I've done is that rather than wait for the dumpster to be totally full, because what happens is they don't pick it up on Saturday and Sunday. So you kind of have to have a guesswork.
You do a pretty good job of
Yeah.
planning that. You really
Yeah.
do.
Yeah.
'Cause I use it,
Mhm.
I use it a lot, and I gauge for when it's gonna be, and I kind of know when you're gonna get ready to do it. I'm very seldom is it. See, I'm not packing, overflow, maybe in the heart of July or something, when everybody's going nuts.
The
Well,
thing
what
that's
I've been trying to
irritating
do is
people
that
not
I
walking
try
around
to,
the other
because
side.
I've been doing it for so long, I try to anticipate, but I don't wait for it to get to its totally stuffed point,
Right, you
because
don't.
then you're in trouble.
Right.
You're in trouble.
Okay, Joseph, any thoughts from you? Sorry, we just in case you wanted it before we move on from that brief. We will put it on the agenda for next time, though. I think we should give it some thought, and we'll have at least a brief discussion about it. But anyway, Joseph, any initial thoughts?
Yeah, two things. One, regardless of how slim the margin was of it passing, it did pass. So the idea of removing that dumpster prior to hitting our budget or prior to it being voted down is undemocratic. But
Yeah.
so I don't think that should be in the discussion whatsoever. And then in terms of the camera, if the and I guess I kind of heard what Guy was saying about how frequent and to the nature of what the unlocking the back is all about, which seems to be the biggest problem. If that continues to happen, I do think maybe a game camera is not a bad idea for the town to purchase. And in terms of putting up a pole or something, isn't it possible? I think it would be possible for us to put one in without using a pole. And I also think that it would probably be in our best interest to buy 2 game cameras, one to watch the dumpster and one to watch the watcher of the dumpster in case it gets stolen. But yeah, that does seem like it would be a lot of work. So maybe it would be better just to hire someone to check on the dumpster every time before it gets picked up, so Triple T doesn't have to pick up the trash or put the recycling back in the dumpster.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
We can't
right.
put it back in when we can't get the door closed.
That's right.
Well, right. Although presumably at a certain point, you then have to, right, you have to clean up enough of it to be able to get the door closed. Okay, so we'll put that on the agenda and let's just all ponder it a bit in the next couple of weeks. Okay, sorry. So I'm still moving through some emails. We got an email of an appropriation request from the Vermont Rural Fire Protection Task Force, which I'm not sure whether we've received a physical request for this or not, but I'm gonna add it to our pile of appropriations in case we only got it electronically. I'm really hoping that people are not only sending emails for those, because that's not going to be a very consistent way of having it go. There was a bit of a conversation that Guy had, and I got an email from Leanne Parker about a person who had requested to use the meeting house for a memorial service. Leanne reached out to me. I responded that given both the state of that building and the COVID, particularly the COVID restrictions, I do not think we are in a position to be able to let anyone use any of our facilities except for a scheduled state-supported meeting at this point. So we're not, I don't necessarily think that there's a structure for anyone to be able to have a service like that now. And given that it's winter and there's all kinds of reasons that that doesn't necessarily make sense having the meeting house. So they won't be doing that. We got another email about a funding request, which I'm going to try to look to see if we've actually physically received it from the Brattleboro Development Credit Corporation.
We get that.
These are the
every year.
folks. Yeah, I mean, we got, I assume that we got a physical request that came with a letter that wasn't addressed to Brattleboro, like the one that they included on their email, asking about coming to the meeting and all that. I am going to respond back to these folks to say we have far too many requests and things to be inviting everyone to our meetings to discuss them. They've given us their request. We will review it when we review all of our requests, and we'll let them know about our result. People aren't going to be attending meetings to pitch to us their appropriations. That's never been our process, and especially now, it's not going to be. So
Well, you can't have anybody attend the meeting anyway, only by Zoom.
Well, and at that point, quite frankly, if we did invite these people to be part of the meeting, then I would feel like we should invite everybody who's put in an appropriation request to come to a meeting, which that's just not practical and not necessary. So I will write back to her about that. Okay, almost 3 emails. Sorry, I think there's one more, which is Guy forwarded a note from, who is this from? It's about a grant, potential grant to update our local hazard mitigation plan, which our local hazard mitigation plan does expire, I looked it up, in January of 2022. There is a grant that we have to submit, basically just a certificate asking to be considered for the grant. We have to submit that certificate by December 4th. So we need to do it now. For it, it would pay 75% of the plan update costs. We would potentially be on the hook for a match, a 25% match. I will say that the last time we did this mitigation plan, we did pay Wyndham Regional Commission to do it for us. We did not do this ourselves. It's a 67-page document, and judging from what is my gleaning of what is required even to update it, we would likely have to be hiring someone to do this. So if no one has any objections, I am going to submit this form before the 4th to see if we can get the grant for them to pay a portion of that, because we are going to have to do this next year in some fashion. Anybody have a problem with that? I assume Gwen?
No.
Bruce, no problem. Joseph, any problem with
No.
that grant? Okay. So we'll do that. Sorry, I'm making a list of actions at the same time. Okay, that was the end of all the emails. Sorry. But we have a lot of printed mail also. We received the letter, as I previously mentioned, from Triple T, which we read. We received a letter from the Commons, which looks like just a flyer asking for a donation to the Commons. It's not an appropriation request. It's a normal solicitation. We received a letter from Project Feed the Thousands, which is also a generic donation request. It is not an appropriation request. And we received an appropriation. This is an appropriation request from Youth Services. So we will review that during our special budget meeting along with our other appropriations. We received a letter from the American Red Cross for an appropriation request, which will go into our stack for that meeting. And the last thing we received is a separate, not appropriation request, but a generic donation request from the American Red Cross. And that was it for all of the correspondence. Okay, moving on to the pay orders. Per Mr. Barris's suggestion, I reordered them. Did you see that, Peter? I reordered them in the agenda.
Thank you.
So first up is the payroll warrant, which matches the agenda. We'll do our usual thing. Gwen, have you reviewed, or do you have any questions on the payroll warrant?
No.
Bruce, any questions on the payroll warrant? Joseph, any questions on the payroll warrant?
No.
Okay, I should add that I came in and signed this last week because it ran last week. But I would make a motion that we approve payroll warrant 2020-71 dated November 11th, 2020 in the amount of $2,003.62. Is there a second? Seconded by Bruce. Any discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor of approving payroll warrant 2020-71 dated November 11th, 2020 in the amount of $2,003.62, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? All right, that's approved. Moving on to the accounts payable warrant. Gwen, do you have any questions on the accounts payable warrant?
No.
Bruce, do you have any questions on the accounts payable warrant? Joseph, any questions on the accounts payable warrant?
No.
Okay, then I'd like to make a motion that we approve accounts payable warrant 2020-74 dated November 18th, 2020 in the amount of $5,984.85. Is there a second? Seconded by Gwen. Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of approving accounts payable warrant 2020-74 dated November 18th, 2020 in the amount of $5,984.85, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? All right, the accounts payable warrant is approved as well. Okay, looking forward to the agenda for December 2nd. We will put back on a discussion of town meeting, depending on what we know at that point. We'll put on a discussion of the recycling site. I am putting back, want to put on the agenda a discussion of the select board terms as far as duration, circling back to Doug Wellman's points that he brought up at town meeting last year about how he believed the select board terms should be structured. I'm not going to go into a big discussion of it now, although I am going to ask Guy to do something for me on it. I will say that I did spend a little bit of time going back, and actually Stan Naga a while ago had gone through and done a quick documentation of what the terms were, like how many 3-year terms there were, how many 2-year, how many 1-year, going back several years. And it did change over time. What I don't know is if it changed because it was intended to change, or if it just changed because of clerical errors. What I will say is, having gone through and mapped out how it works, and remembering Doug's points that he made at town meeting, I completely agree with Doug Wellman. And the current structure of our select board terms is wrong. Not wrong, is not the way it ideally should be. It should be adjusted. So we can have a discussion about that. But what I'd ask is, Gwen, if you could make a note for Guy. Guy, would you be willing to reach out to VLCT and basically ask them, I don't know how easy this will be for them, although I hope we're not the only people who've asked this. I'd like to know how, I'd like them to point us to the statutes where the terms of select board are defined and how boards go about changing those. Because I did a little bit of digging on the legislative website, but I could only get certain things, and I have a full-time job. So I'm hoping if we ask them that generic question, they might be able to give us some background and
It may be right in
details.
the books that we have in the closet that
Yeah, yeah, and it may well be, but I think the thing is that I think it crosses across multiple statutes, because there are statutes that establish the structure of them, but then there's other. If we could get a little bit of detail on that, it would be helpful. But anyway, long way around saying that'll be on the agenda for next time for us to discuss. Any other agenda items that you can think of at the moment, Gwen?
No.
Bruce, any other agenda items? Joseph, any other items for the agenda?
Unless I missed something, which I may have missed a lot, has there been a discussion about how we're doing the select board meetings moving forward, if they're all going to online, or what's happening?
Well, that brings up a good question. Based on our discussion last time, prior to the increase in the restrictions, Shelby at least had planned on coming into the office to physically be in the office because she had concerns about the disconnect of being on the remote meeting while others were physically in the office. I will say that given the increase in the restrictions, I am not terribly comfortable about us all being in this same room having a meeting. And it isn't because of my health, it's because of the health of you guys, quite frankly. No offense, but all of you are vulnerable. So, Joseph, not to hijack your discussion point, but I would really like to see us, if we can do it, I would like to see us move to being completely remote, all of us. What I would propose is I would still come into the office where the warrants physically are and conduct the meeting from here, but everybody else would be either on the phone or on their computer remotely. How do people feel about that?
The governor has stated quite
Yeah.
clearly that that's what he'd like.
That's what the desire is, and for good reason. What about this? Can I suggest, and Joseph, again, rather than putting it on the agenda necessarily, or well, maybe it will naturally be on the agenda anyway, can I suggest that we try it for the next meeting? And we see how it goes? And we try to work through whatever the challenges are. I know it's difficult.
How does that affect taping?
Well, I mean, I don't want to,
I don't know, I'm just asking.
right. I mean, one thing I'll say is, Fact TV is on this thing, and Fact TV is recording this and streaming this. So do we still need to be videotaping?
We're right on the brink of having all this done pretty much remotely anyway. I've got all the necessary equipment so that Fact TV can capture the images, put it out on the air, and be able to do the whole room all at once, not relying on the computer. Basically, the computer would send the HDMI signal to the camera, and we could do it that way. But what you're saying is that Fact TV is in fact, we just have to work out a few logistics, but I think we could send that out into a cloud and have it being even live broadcast. And people can call in if they wanted to, and they can also watch it on their computers at the same time. So it's a doable thing.
So is that up to each individual where they want to phone in or be on computer?
We have to give them that obligation. We have to have them have that ability to be able to join the meeting either by phone or by Zoom.
Right, which people have currently. I mean, just as a reminder, nobody, no member of the public, if a member of the public showed up here tonight, we would tell them they have to go home and use the Zoom or phone details that are in the agenda to join the meeting. So it doesn't change anything. Really, all it changes is for all of
Physical
us.
contact.
It changes for all of us,
So
how
the
we go
Zoom
about
meeting
doing it.
is this topic.
And I'm happy to help people work through it, and it'll be, I mean, like we saw when we tried to do it more remotely earlier, it's clumsy, and we're going to talk over each other at points, and it's going to be a challenge. But to Joseph's point, at various things Joseph has mentioned and Shelby has mentioned it all as well, I think we all need to take our time, know that I promise you, I will let everyone speak to every issue and give people many opportunities to say their piece if we just take turns and try our best. And I'm saying it to myself as well, try our best not to talk over each other and mute ourselves when we're not live. But probably most importantly, getting back to Guy's thing, if you've read the details of the executive order, they really don't want people meeting in person. And for very good reason. And other than the technical challenges, there's no reason we can't do this fully remotely. So is everybody in agreement? Let's try it for the first meeting in December.
Actually, you
And
can do
we'll
it
see
from
how
your
we.
home because you do not have to be here either.
Well, I don't have to be here. The only thing is I'm not exactly sure how the physical mail and the physical payroll warrant situation will
You'd
be
have to come
handled.
get it.
Unless I would have to come get the AP warrants and all of the stuff and take them home, which quite frankly, at that point, I might as well just stay here and do the
When you've got
meeting
room,
from here. It makes no difference whether I'm sitting here or I'm sitting in my
Yeah,
house.
and I can set it up, get the email, get everything, have it out there for you.
Yeah,
So
yeah, you and I can talk and we can work through that. And I mean, honestly, if there's whatever, I could start the camera and
Yep. I
stop
can
the
just put it
camera
on and
even.
show you.
So we'll figure that part out.
Yep.
But Joseph, sorry, I then talked through your whole point. We'll put it on the agenda, but does that make sense to you, I assume?
Well, it does, and I guess I'll say it when the camera's rolling. Obviously, I've missed a couple meetings, and I apologize about that. But I do agree with Shelby's points that we've been remote this entire time, and along with your point, David, we're myself, Shelby, are the least at risk, and we've remained remote. I know personally, both of us. One of the reasons for that is because the nature of the virus. It's you're not necessarily protecting yourself; you're protecting others. But yeah, I mean, I think that not only is it the best course for all of us, but I think it also it sends the right message and we're doing the right thing as a government organization. I think that it's very important that that we heed all of the proper guidance from the higher government officials as well as the health officials. So I think it's the right move.
Yeah, that's a very good point. That's an excellent point. Okay, we will then add something about meeting structure because I'm sure there's some stuff we'll need to talk through or just make sure we're all on the same page about. Okay, sorry, was there anything else for the agenda, Joseph, or that was it?
No, that was it.
All right. Then I would like to make a motion that we adjourn. Is there a second? Seconded by Bruce. Any discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor of adjourning signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, we are adjourned. We will call it 8:16 p.m. Thank you. I'm gonna
Night.
stop the record. Night, Peter. Thank you.
Nice work.
Did you you need me to send you the audio, or you think you're okay? Did you?
I think I got it all.
Okay. All right. If you missed something, just give me a shout.
Thanks a lot.
All right. Thank you. Stay safe.
We're gonna do this meeting by meeting, Dave. We get to the budget meeting. we all know.
Joseph, are you still there?
I am, yes.
Hang on one sec.